Hello. Good evening, everyone. Back with more Ace Attorney investigations, Miles Edgeworth, as we continue onward with again, what should be the final chapter. Turnabout Ablaze. Part 1. March 14th, 7:44 p.m. Oh, what? Oh, there's Lang. There's Lang. Count off! Oh, there's his awesome music, though. Huh? Shifu, 99 callouts. So all 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. Hey, you. Yeah, you, the second number one from my right. Sir, yes, sir. Here, a birthday present for you. Oh. Oh, how generous. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you're more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Huh? Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. What? Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir. Wow. Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. Oh boy. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over, everyone. Head to your posts. Dismissed. Sir! Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena, and she's already filled me in. Sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian Embassy. And what if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Alabast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, only about half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabaster are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabast as well. Oh, so we have... This is what we call a decision based on the investigation. Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. What the hell? Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Huh? The heck? The hell are you? Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Oh, so he's the ambassador of Alabast. Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It's all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, it's nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling! Quercus, curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country! Huh? Who's Quercus? What are you... The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Ancient Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Ancient Lang. There, you see? Aw, oh, no way! Oh, we're gonna have the two ambassadors butting heads now. Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them into Alabast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babalese Embassy. And he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday. You gotta offer him coupons too? Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I'll still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in! Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir! Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Okay, then. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? So, I wanted to ask for a while now, but... that lady over there, is she who I think she is? Oh, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Francisca von Karma, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it! You're the whip lady! You may address me as Miss von Karma. Miss von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabast in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yadagarasu. Smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Francisca a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. Oh, and I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Palaino for all that he's done for me. Okay. Ambassador Palaino, I'm in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You've really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but I know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. More coupons? No, that's quite alright. Oh, well, how about this then? What exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink. Known as Babali's ink. It's made exclusively in Babal. Oh, didn't they say that is like really like really controlled how they export it. So this is Babali's ink. We make it from white crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me. The ink in my pen just happened to have run out. Gladly accept your gracious gift. Great! Wonderful! I guarantee to you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talked about cornering the customer along with the market. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. Ah, yes. There is no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babali's ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Babali's ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info. Francisca, as your subordinate, I'm part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I will fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Zhengfa. Counterfeit bills? Yes. As you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Babali's ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babali's ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. I see. So that's it. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Koken was smuggling large amounts of Babali's ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess, you still have yet to find the counterfeit bills, or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babali's Embassy, we're looking into the Alabastian Embassy next. It doesn't matter where they're hidden. Mark my words, I will find them. Well, shall we get going? Now what? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabast, so we're gonna go gather whatever info we can over on the Babali's side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Carmen to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away, no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Okay. Wait. What's the Steel Samurai doing here? What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? Huh? You're... Oh god, it's Larry! What is he doing here? Why is he here? Oh my god. If it smells, it's gotta be the butts. Edgy, oh thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship. The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh! And though I'm the Steel Samurai, my sword, it... I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore. Okay. Who is this fruitcake? I'm Larry of the House of Butts, married man of Neo-Old Tokyo, milady. Now I remember. This person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind, and you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind! I accidentally became a suspect in a murder! I see, that is quite the bind. Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Yes, I pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he's been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. Hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy! If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... wait, hold on. Larry, it was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Huh? Oh, you didn't notice earlier. I even winked at you through my headpiece. Oh my god. What's going on? Why are you beet red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry. Am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Oh, what do you want? Ah, so this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy. Masked and Masked too. What the fuck? Why is that name coming up again? Masked and Masked 2. Holy shit! What the fuck is going on? Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Shifu, we've identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I take a peek at it as well? What I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang... Oh. Agent Lang. Will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You let the detective see the file. You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here, Detective. You weren't expecting me. Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop, in case the card was ever found. What incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well. And his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. Okay, what do you got? About the murder of Damask 2, would you be willing to fill me in on a few of the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Damask 2, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room? Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? That samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he's completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who have been called to sit in them were empty. A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time. And where was he? He was on the roof, with one of his legs down a chimney. What the hell? Okay, going Santa Claus, huh? That chimney leads directly into this room. Ugh. But this shows him out of the completely out of the costume. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Alright. Well. Let's see. Okay, we have another gold statue. There was the exact same statue sitting in that Bob-Elise office we examined. It's the Primadex Statue. It's the national treasure of the Principality of Cadopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning one of the two is a replica. But both Alabast and Babal claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. It's a Primadex statue. There is one of these on the Bob-Elise side as well. I hear it's very valuable and made of pure gold. It was the national treasure of Cadopia. There was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. Right. And then of course there's the knives. There was almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Bob-Elise side. But I can't see any of the details from this distance. The counterpart to the Bob-Elise butterfly is the Alabastian Flower. The butterfly and flower, both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Alabast provides honey to Babal? Francisca, can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers can't survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies can't live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How is that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. Francisca, why can't you just admit that I had something there? So who is this? So this is the victim, Damask 2. What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about Mask Damask. A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. So this thief is separate from the Yadagarasu. I thought they were for a while because their MO and targets were different. Damask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe's in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about Damask. That's alright. All I'd probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. Ouch. Jeez. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? Is this Katana the murder weapon? I suppose this was the wrapping cloth Damask 2 used to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. Now what about the... So this is the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What'd you expect? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it his secondary because although he uses a sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. Yeah, again, we know Edgeworth is a bit of a Steel Samurai nerd. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of the sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. So is that why he's the primary suspect? I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. I thought that Damask had quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name. A phony successor. Ah, I see. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashinu. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy's the real Damask too. Cause of death appears to be loss of blood from the back of his head. So he was stabbed from behind. It seems he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. Wait, bludgeon? Not bludgeon? Not stabbed? As the sword would indicate. And he's holding something too. What's he holding? Looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear the directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. Was this the person that Kay claimed that she saw? There's something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Primadex Statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? Or was it given to him by somebody else? If I had to guess from the text, I would say this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the theft of the Primadex Statue? Interesting. There's not a single shred of fashion sense in Damask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold? Since when? Since around New Year's, the streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out Damask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. We got your point about 3 foolishes back, Francisca. There are some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Babalese knives, which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Koken. Unless one of them was switched out, as we have started to suspect. Knives adorned with flowers are on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts to the Bob Leaves knives. Right. What? One of the knives is missing its blade. Ah, here we go. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and the handle, fit each other. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then this means that an Alabastian knife did find its way into Babal. But how? That's gonna be the question, isn't it? Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there are no whips on display. I wonder why there are no whips on display here. It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. Comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like BAM! You do well to watch who you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. However, speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced this spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? Started staring off into the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that'll point something out about this spear. Oh. Larry, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I got a few things I want to ask you too. What is it? It's like both you and him. How is it the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? Oh, yeah, him and Phoenix. And Francie, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you'd model for my next book. Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah. We knew that was coming. I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, he has a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. Okay, Larry. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Laurice Dunham now? That's Dunium! Laurice Dunium! Dunium! Get that straight in your head, Edgy! Oh, wow, wow, wow! Now I remember. You're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong! I gave up on that whole Laurice business. Besides, when Banjolina left me in my heart in pieces... Banjolina? That's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. How? How is this guy hooking up with so many girls? How? This idiot. Your I-name blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as the Steel Samurai, so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it! I knew you know what I meant, Edgy! Not really. It's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. Oh, God. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey, don't tell me you suspect me too! Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you're always at the center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean? Stabbing me with your words like that! Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So, I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So, you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry? Nope, not yet, Edgy. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more! Confess, now. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? Oh, you know, that wintry custom and the legendary hero? Legendary hero? Santa Claus! What? Santa Claus? I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. Smoke, you say? And? Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know! I did graduate from junior high, you know! Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Oh, crud! It's your attempt to imitate Santa that's landed you as a prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man, what's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Larry, what? Let's start with the fact that it'll be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th. That's in December, you nitwit. No! Hey, wait a sec, we're not in court. Larry, why are you making this so hard on yourself? Larry, about the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Yes, apparently you did. And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked! Foolish fool, looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you? Who would believe such a tale? Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. This is Larry we're talking about. Because if anyone would forget something like that, it would be Larry. Edgy, you believe me! I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means I'll have to prove his innocence from a different angle. Keep looking around. What do we got here? The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. It was taken just before the murder. The Steel Samurai must be very popular. They're even using the National Treasure as a backdrop. I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there? Clearly, there's a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costumed actors? It's a fireplace. By the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Oh, but didn't Larry say there was smoke coming out of it when he tried to climb down? So maybe he was trying to go down the other side. The Bobolese side. That's where the fire was. Yes, I can't say I see anything unusual about it. Two gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers. That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on this desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today. Funny, doesn't look like important work to me. There is one thing that let's take a look at. Oh wait. Okay, now the statue itself. And then yeah, look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about this scene, Ms. Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes the top-knot's hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out the statue in the photo is facing a different way. Yeah. Yeah, it's turned in a different direction. So what does that mean? You're right. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or a secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. There's also something... Yeah, the spear looks kind of bent, doesn't it? Larry, about the spear. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me, or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way, it's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly a different shape. Ugh! What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then, during practice, I was spinning it around and around. And bam! It hit the wall! You unbelievable! This is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time, on an overnight field trip, I brought a fake sword and played with it late at night. I'm just a useless, hot-blooded man! Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it was some field trip, and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that, I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that, it's no biggie, it's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear. But it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. But then, okay, so the spear is a prop. But what about the sword then? Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just thought that part of your personality's cute. I see. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. That's not friendship. It's utter humiliation. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. Huh? That's... Huh? Yo, Pink Princess, how you feeling? Still feeling ill? Okay, I think this is a good cutoff point, so yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Alright. Back, continuing on with this case. Okay, the Pink Princess. Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak to her as well. Okay. Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Ms. Pink... Huh? What? Oh, no. Oh, god damn it. It's old bag again. What the fuck? This must be what they call fate. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the... Aren't you Miss Oldbag? You didn't know either? Why are you so surprised? Ah, so you're the one that got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. Your acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous. Ugh! I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so noisy here that I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting for me. Oh, God. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, edgy poo. You misjudged him. I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know. That was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, edgy poo. I'll chase you forever. To the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Francisca and I actually see eye to eye. Oh, God. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewaterland as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago! That was yesterday! Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you? Apparently the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. Oh? She had the Rona? It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. Did they not have enough people on staff at that studio? I really couldn't say no, so here I am, playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. Oh. Mindy, who, Larry had mentioned. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her. She's gonna have a terrible time when she returns. I mean, not exactly great. You stated at the very last second. I threw at Ragdoll, stabbed the shuriken. The audience was in uproar. Because they're just really just a bunch of simpletons. You're a rather lively old lady. So basically, you received the stand-in request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I got it right here. Look. It appears that she is telling the truth. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. What? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. I was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving night. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? But now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Edgy Poo, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. Okay, there's the letter. Is it the same? Wait. Wait, no. Is it Larry's? I don't think it's whoever wrote that. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I had nothing but free time on my hands. So I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Oh, so you... The room next door. Was that the one that Larry said had smoke coming out of it? Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me. Caress me.
Hold it!
If you could please not cling on to my personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that. No, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a tender young maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to the embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Now what? Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. Puppy! This dog. I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for the Adgarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country too. Hey, you're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy. That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. I think its name is Missile. Oh yeah, we've seen him before. What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. Now, Missile, I want you to find some clues. Go! What? You find something in the fireplace? Good dog, you really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What's this? Looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Francisca, isn't that an official samurai dog? The hell? Oh. A down boy. No, bad Missile! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the steel samurai. I'm sure I'll be fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. Yes, that is a good question. Looks like that snack wasn't all Missile found. Oh, what do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog in a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. If you could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Edgy Poo, what's the meaning of this? Why'd you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like. Ugh, thanks, but no thanks. This shirt was found here at the crime scene. What? Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing! Nothing, I tell you! What? Oh, I admit I used the fireplace to dry that shirt. But I can't really help the fact I had to, you know. Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect? You're too cruel, Edgy Poo. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am! If I'd been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? Yes, you look very calm and relaxed. I tell you, it's always like this. It's always tabloid articles missing the camera, so they're always missing. Speaking of missing, what's the matter? We got married, he said, I guess this was stuck. Remember, oppose that. Honestly, men these days. Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions. So I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. I assume the samurai dog was also yours. Oh, that brilliant mind of yours. You really can't see through everything about me. And so the feeling of dread continues. But I suppose I should ask for more details. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course, I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy poo.
Hold it!
If you could just stick to what I ask you. Edgy, are you and Miss Oldbag? No! You really don't change, do you? When you learn how to take a joke. Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all onto the pushcart just to move them all. The studio guys should just deliver those things by themselves. Right, Edgy? So, did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you gonna stick up for me? About that. See, after the show, I went to rest a spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were, the samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me? Oh, I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I knew it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kids show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. Holy crap. As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, Itchy Poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me. Thank you. Forced onto me. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Indeed. Let's see. Okay, the fireplace is being used. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of the facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So what you are proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Ms. Oldbag's fire. So basically the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? Oh, okay, so they go to the same chimney. Precisely. So if they're connected... would that explain how her undershirt got... the lady's undershirt that Missile found. Ugh! Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug! If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There's an X on the back of the wall of the fireplace. See if I can't get a better look at it. Oh. The old secret passage behind the fireplace. The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room? There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there's nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through this room's fireplace. We now know that the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as Damask 2's killer now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she couldn't have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with Damask 2's murder. Oh. Okay, so where does that lead us then? It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then, if you're prepared. I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know there's still something you're keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? I mean, he does have a habit of this. Curse you! I should just hurry up and die already, if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world, and then kill myself. And throw everything into mass confusion! Made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case. And that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time, This time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, could you please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight? Okay, here we go. The butts. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came to the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know? So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy, man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reason it out of me. As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. I took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador.
Hold it!
So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabast, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand. Hey there, are you disrespecting another country and their very own embassy? As someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second. Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What is it with all of you? Keep saying that kind of thing and I'll tell you only lies. You're already telling us nothing but lies, so let it go and move on. Alright already! You don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy! Some free time, so I wandered around. Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. Oh my god. Damn. I know, I get it. I'm totally the bad guy again. I thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Lang Z says, true friends are bosom friends. If you're in trouble, call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy, I hope you'll listen carefully to my testimony. Has it crossed your pea-sized brain yet that Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry? Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened? Sam decided to give it a try.
Hold it!
You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. Yes, that he did. Back in the first game. That was down at Gourd Lake, yep. Yeah, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Oh, yeah, 'cause that case... Oh, yeah, that case for Edgeworth. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. Perk to being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Actually, it is worth delving into whether or not playing Santa was a big deal. Yeah, let's hear more about this. Actually, I believe in the case of this man. Playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa-quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Edgy, that's so incredibly mean! Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that! I did graduate from junior high, you know. Good for you. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was, delivering a present to a child not basking in the glow of love. That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie. You sure know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that? In any case, the person you wish to deliver a present to was most certainly this.
Take that!
Wendy? Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me! I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much I tried to go down a chimney. Ow! I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. But he didn't know... But he was... Remember, Larry was as surprised as the rest of us. He thought the woman in the pink princess costume was somebody else. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Because she was subbed in at the last minute. Define wrong impression. I simply mean that the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. Yeah, Mindy was the one he was planning to surprise. This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems this man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Edgy! She's the one with the hots for me! Yeah, sure she is. Keep telling yourself that. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you! You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man! You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy. He's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. Oh, yeah, meet Larry. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do you all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Hey, Edgy, looks like I got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court. Guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lang Zi says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits. Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Yeah, Larry, you're kind of fighting a losing battle here. So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then, to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Ellipses. Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this, not as a confession, but as a testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim, claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you. You're my stalker. But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's only focused on one man only. As long as Edgy Poo's alive, I can't just drop in on me, be unfaithful. No, this earliest attempt is one tiny way to love for my dear Edgy Poo. Fast flight out safe. I'm so inspired! You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man! Oh my god. What kind of circus is this? I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. This is where we need the Edgeworth meme. You're not a clown, you're the entire circus. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you've still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy, everything's evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry, but I understand your point. Yeah, see, I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is it, because take a look at... Yeah, if you look at his really bad handwriting a certain way, rather than Wendy, it looks like it could be saying Mindy. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving knight. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? Ugh! I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection!
You can pretend to be as ignorant as all you like. But it's written right here. Hello, Nuzu. Welcome. Thank you for coming. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather you were attempting to pay Ms. Mindy a visit. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Take that!
Oh, wait a sec. All will be answered if we simply look here. Really? Because I'm not sure where we're supposed to be looking, Edgy. My finger's apparently not as precise as I thought it to be. Up. Okay, I think...
Take that!
There. Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English! You wrote Mindy so sloppily it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, stop picking on me. It's embarrassing. There, isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that'll have to wait until we're off this crime scene. Edgy, save me from the scary man! Sure, if you're willing to make amends. Starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me! Come again. It's a fake! Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. To set me up! Accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean.
Hold it!
Penmanship Analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. Yeah, we have the autograph that he gave us. I'll never write another thing in my life.
Hold it!
It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. Yep.
Take that!
This autograph in our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and I got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy. Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney? What a criminally overactive imagination. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure conveying said sentiment. Really, really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. Ouch. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me. Because at the very least, I can attest to that about you. Uh-huh. Edgy, you're... Ugh! We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow! Larry's not off the hook just yet. In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor! Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Oh, hey, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Right. Yeah, that katana. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect, after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night. But the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene... As long as there's no satisfactory explanation for that... This wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Edgy, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely Bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. But the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. The real murder weapon, yeah, that... Because that thought occurred to me as well. Was that katana planted there to make us assume that was the murder weapon? And Larry mentioned, like, the samurai spear is a prop and it's very flimsy and breaks easily. So then why wasn't the sword the same? This is one game I can't afford to lose. I was the one who found the body of the victim, Damask 2. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, in here too. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it!
If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that.
Knuckle back!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. Come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Yeah, I'm gonna say Larry Larry is not the brightest bulb in the drawer. He's not gonna come up with some convoluted murder scheme. Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning, the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. I found the body of the victim.
Hold it!
So you were the first to discover the body this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? You better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babal. And your secretary, Agent Sheena, was ready to accuse her of murder for that. Huh. So you're gonna use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies. But in the Babalese case, there was proof she was holding a weapon, right? Well, in this one it's a bit different, since we know exactly where the weapon is.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood? Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. Oh, okay, so it is a prop. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Yeah, that was... Which leads me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with a sword. Was that... beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by. I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing. About this samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirmed the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of his wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well? I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. Meaning, it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence's true nature. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good. Now let's continue. Yeah, what about this? What about this nagging piece of evidence? Which is also supposed to be one of the Steel Samurai's prop weapons.
Objection!
Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category, especially when it comes to vampires. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me the spear's the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent? Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Ugh! Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an ear from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steel Samurai special move was changed tonight because of him? Oh! That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back on the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se. So all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Ah, just like your buddy Phoenix, we're gonna improv. Using guesswork and taking risk in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it's for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
Objection!
What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory.
Hold it!
That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on toward the truth.
Knuckle back!
You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Damask II without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need? Of course. What I need is evidence even Agent Lang can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. It's possible to use the samurai sword to kill someone. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall onto the owner of said weapon? How long do you intend to cling to that preposterous theory? As long as I won, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. And we managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. The only place inside this embassy with a victim's blood on it is this sword.
Hold it!
You left no stone unturned. Is this a fact?
Not so fast!
If you've got something to say, then I say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Use circumstances.
Hold it!
But you must know your conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstances I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates. Because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be.
Hold it!
And you call yourself a professional?
Not so fast!
You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon. Another possible weapon. In this room, there is only one other thing left. This is going to be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now. You're not going to get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword is the murder weapon. It's top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon.
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword. That's right, even with luminol. Which means there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. Do I have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? Okay, let's go for it. If you believe there's no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you.
Not so fast!
And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon.
Not so fast!
The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course. Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation.
Not so fast!
What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men.
Hold it!
I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely, there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. Oh. And that item is the real murder weapon. It's the real weapon that killed Damas too. What exactly is it? The real murder weapon, which not a single person has yet to touch. Oh, wait. The Primadex Statue. We even saw it in that photo that it was moved during the time after when Larry shook hands.
Take that!
The national treasure of Alabast. You mean the Primadex Statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. which I believe means that neither you or your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabasta and the Republic of Babal. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined.
Hold it.
Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. Yep. And there's only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba. Get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He's most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Lang Zi says, just go already. Yes, sir. Shifu. Yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primadex Statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know? Agent Lang, what do you want? Just hurry up and examine the statue already. What? But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Hold it.
Oh. Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're not talking such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. Be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then. Let's talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a chemluminescence test on the statue. Luminol test? Good thinking. If the statue's the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. We got something. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. This means that this is the real weapon that killed Damask too. So did the killer pick the statue up and bludgeon him to death with it, or maybe he was thrown into it? But if that was the case, why is it positioned differently? Still more questions. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Damask 2, so the charge remains. We're hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. Heh, think so. Okay then, knock yourself out. Ooh, what do we have here? Is that a handprint? What do we have here? Sturdy smudge? Looks like a handprint. What's a definitive bit of evidence like you doing under there? Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything about it now. Hey, forensics guy, I want results on those fingerprints ASAP, you hear me? Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good. And? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder in the Alabastian Embassy? The prints belong to him. To Mr. Manny Koken, sir. Oh. This does take another interesting twist. But that's... What's going on around here? That's what I'd like to know. No, that's impossible. Each Primadex Statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Koken's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Primadex statue. Really? Impossible! It can't be! Larry never once set foot on Bobbly's soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Alabastian knife in Babil. And Damask too was killed on Alabastian soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yadagarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. Hot damn. Alright then, folks. Give me 1 sec, and we shall continue. Okay. Continuing this investigation. I left the Damask 2 investigation of Francisca and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Since, of course, we know that it's pretty obvious the two murders are definitely related. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, hey guys. So, okay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off, honest, sir! We've been investigating our hearts out! Very well then, would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we had a really fun time, sir! Oh, God. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabastian Embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. Oh, okay. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Ah! Understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give him back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload him somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really gonna throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Oh, poor Larry. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Oh, jeez. Well, what do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Okay. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. So, how come so many traffic cones are red and white? It's because they're highly visible from a great distance. Oh, is that why? So then the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake? Please don't compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. Oh, we got it. Are we gonna get a ladder? Actually, that's... Yes! Still making the step ladder debate. Actually, that's a step ladder. They're the exact same thing. No way! From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Hey, you're not going back to Alabast already, are you? No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. Mr. Edgeworth! You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Oh, well. I take it he's found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Palliano. Oh? What is this something interesting? This, sir! The hell is that? Wow, that's so pretty! I'm so jealous! That's a real treasure there! Why does the flame burn green, Detective? So apparently if you burn the special white crystal oil that they make only in Babal, it burns this green color, sir. White crystal. That was also what the ink was made from too, right? Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal, should the oil run out. Hey Gummy, what about those silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it would project images. Oh? Silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Well, that's because I am Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Okay, you got anything? Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you'd like. More coupons. Discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention above all. I heard that tonight, over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Koken told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yadigarasu started. Exactly. Ambassador Palliano, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primadex statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabast and Babal used to be one country called Kudopia? Yes. In fact, I think we brought it up to you. Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primadex Statue belonged to the founders of Kudopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Kudopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. Oh, so even you agree. But if Alabastian and Babal were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primadex Statue is even more important now as the key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Palliano knows about what's happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Ambassador Palliano, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes? Oh, and don't worry, you can ask more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny Koken, I'd like to ask you about this man who is your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Oh, so you were aware of this? Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. Oh, maybe not. Sounds like Mr. Kogan had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Bobbly's representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. So what about this? Ambassador Palliano, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primadex Statue sitting in Ablast right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Ms. Von Karma about this earlier. Then you'll understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primadex Statue immediately. Because the statue currently are in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it is definitely Alabastian statue. I know, because it's the real statue. Oh? Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica. I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue is the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country? That's the gist of it. But Ball is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country. Meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I'm sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There is a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? Is this... Okay, the Jammin' Ninja immediately jumps to mind. Or whoever was in the Jammin' Ninja costume. Doesn't look like there's anything you can get wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What's this? It's Misused Perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and I found 7 years ago. Oh, you've been carrying around this whole time. I thought one day it would be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Oh, clever girl. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabast now, but... I know, I'll go back to Babal and do some more investigating there. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, Francie. How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Kogan's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous! Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly, it vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Babalese Embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Alright. Alright, let's check the place out then. The statue bears a resemblance to the Primitic Statue. The plaque says, King Primadex in the battlefield. In order to save the Queen, King Primadex put his life on the line and went to war. So Primadex was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that the real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that, too. There's an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get these other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor. I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case, after I've come so far. I swear I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief alright, with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu is always there, lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu" rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out. By the time we got the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found the reason the lights went out. It was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing's for certain. The Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with the same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. Statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primadex. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems you're lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made a leap to that. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used for putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests this pool was recently used somehow in the embassy. Such as putting out the fire that happened earlier. Oh, Larry, what the fuck are you doing? How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Yes. Alright then, did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile! How can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? How old is he again? What the fuck, Larry? Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess. The pink princess? Wendy? Ms. Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Ah, yes. Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swinging around that pool. Though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. What really casts the shadow of the Yatagarasu?
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible it was created by the statue?
Objection!
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? The statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You're correct. However, this shadow is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part?
Take that!
Both statues, I think. It's another statue. The Yatagarasu statue is made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were removed when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow. Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primadex and the battlefield. The shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set a light up of the queen who spoke of love to King Primadex. Her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop of the stage. Ah, so if we were to combine the two statues, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu statue. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to shine... The way the light needs to be shown on the Queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe the whole of the King's statue needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the Queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu statue. Shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Oh, I see. Her hand.
Take that!
Think back to what's missing in her shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now what's that remind you of? Ah! That's right, it can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the Queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. It's... yes, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand. And then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. Interesting. So what was the point of this? In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarazu's shadow had vanished. Which means the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabast tonight. The only country that Thief visited was Babal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. I'm pretty certain that that Manny Koken was the accomplice, who was then killed afterward by the real culprit. How's the investigation going? Oh, it's Bad. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I've left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yes. So what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. People heard the commotion. Bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling ya, I'm a genuine international journalist. Oh no, it's her, isn't I? We saw her a bit ago. She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. What the hell are we looking at? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air. Times, they're changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires. On the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Babalese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabast.
Objection!
This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is this a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. Yes. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babalese Embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. Okay, we're back here. To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started. Would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palliano, but I have yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who's only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Palliano. Actually, there is one thing you could do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh sure, feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Palliano. You're a total gentleman. Hahaha, you don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Palliano. Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room, before and after the fire. And then we should look into the manner of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Koken's killer. We don't know that yet, however it's hard to believe the person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it! That woman is almost definitely Mr. Koken's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in this investigation too? Yes, he's been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad! Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kinda looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. You can tell? Does this mean I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore, and pick up our investigation where we left off. Okay. Okay, one more. And we'll be right back. Alright, so continue investigating Hogan's office. Fireplace, huh? So Bobble's offices have them too. Two? There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You can climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. Aw, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold a wonderful promise of treasures within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. By the way, I'm noticing... What? I'm also curious, what was the origin of the fire anyways? I'm seeing this spot is burnt. The shirt on the wall is burnt. And over here on the desk looks burnt too. It appears Mr. Kogan's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that's left to tell the tale of his murder. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask you about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Primadex Embassy tonight. What a bother all that was. Okay, 2 fires. This is the first we're hearing of this. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninja show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theatergoers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the second one of the night. Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires. On the 4th and 5th floors were put out. Okay, so... So it was in between the 2 fires. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's how I should put it. Very stroke of bad luck. My office on the 5th floor. Manny's office here. And Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. The first fire occurred during the Jammin' Ninja show. The 4th and 5th floors took until the end of the show to put the fire out. Second fire occurred after the Jammin' Ninja show. The fire occurred on the 3rd floor, and Mr. Koken's office caught fire during this. Okay. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Pilano. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Koken's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well, let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and then brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version. Alright, I can do that for you. So what did Mr. Koken and you do this morning? Well, originally, we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn into a photo op, so we were here tidying up the office. You helped clean Mr. Koken's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Renovations? Which is why both the Primadex Statue and the Bobbly's knife set are down here. Oh, so they weren't normally here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I'll bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, right? Oh, about that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger? Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Bobbly's ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. How did you manage that? And he got mad at me, saying I should treat the ink with more respect. Apparently orders go up the chain of command around here. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Koken did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us. Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out, and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit, I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs carried me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Koken again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Palliano, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? It appears this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I kinda guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. What have we here? There's a bottle of Bobley's ink on Mr. Koken's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Palliano, it looks like your precious Bobley's ink is alright after all. What? That's odd.
Hold it!
Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there's something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? What about that ink? That's come up a few times during this case. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Koken's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. Green flames. Again, oh, that was unique to the properties of that ink, though. The flames are so big, I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, white crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Bobley's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. That's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? It would appear this desk also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through this door a bit. Ooh, what's inside? Nothing unusual about this area. Rather unusual shape for a notepad. Must be another souvenir from somewhere. Serve the door rather well. Oh, wait a sec. The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? Looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burned to crisp by the fires? Ambassador Palladino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. Oh, it is. I see. In that case... Oh, do you figure something out? This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask 2. Damask 2? Then this note... Yes, it was a request from Mr. Koken for Damask 2 to steal the Primitic Statue. What? Manny tried to steal Alabastian Primitic Statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Koken? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There's one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you could tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. You have something else for us? I believe you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Koken hired Damask 2. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue is the real one as a part of today's event. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Koken know that about Babal's Primitic Statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue is revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, "Let me handle it, it'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codofia." At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious.
Hold it!
Mr. Koken conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure you're the next Codofian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or ever will be. I don't know the answer to why he was trying so hard yet, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind, behind just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Dick. Detective Gumshoe. Have you collected the information that I required? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What's all this, Gummy? It's all the information on the room that I got from the embassy and Nurple people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. It was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. When I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father, right?
Hold it!
Please, don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. Heh, you bet! So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon. Oh, you mean Lil Thief. You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Hold it!
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered, and the Ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Seems there are other things besides what the Ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible we might find the escape route the person K saw used as well. Oh, what is this? This is some sort of light show I wasn't told about. This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really? That's certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. these must have been the large green flames Ambassador Paliano saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. Then this fire in here only burned out from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor. Until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stern babal, I suppose. I guess Mr. Paliano was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body... we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it! That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Kogan's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you. And must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then, maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Whatever it is this person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire's green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe the way you're thinking is exactly why these flames are green.
Take that!
The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by the white crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there's only one other thing made from the white crystal oil. You mean that thing Mr. Paliano was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from white crystal oil that Ambassador Paliano was mistaken about. Bobbly's ink is made from white crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in the broom were not from a bottle of Bobbly's ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Kogan used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Kogan was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose you made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to those green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It would appear that I finally found it, the smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Bobbly's ink, this is the source of the green flames. Yeah, those... The counterfeit bills. What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills the smuggling ring made and are circling in Zhangfa. You're kidding! You're saying it was Mr. Kogan who made the counterfeit bills? I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Kogan had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Kogan and concealed his crime. For they're the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Oh, man. Detective, you took part in the initial Babel investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd been burnt to a crisp. Oh? Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic. Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babalese embassy at all? I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out around the same time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabast. That was also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic.
Hold it.
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babel? Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. Person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. Yeah, I wondered the same thing. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Abaras was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel is also suspect. You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto you. So, the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Kogan, then disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, and was lost for a while there.
Hold it.
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective? I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir! But, you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When her screamed, I headed toward it right away. Oh, that was probably from when they found Mr. Koken's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. It was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. Wait, were you? He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Ancient Sheena got here before I did. I wonder where Ancient Sheena was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to the room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then, during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? Oh wait, I didn't... Looks like one of the Bobbly's knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away. So, Babal is really into pushing the tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. If you want to learn the fine art of stealth. Perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jam and Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. Can't believe she took me seriously. It's the Alabastian Embassy. You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where the Mask 2 is killed. What? You don't mean the Mask 2? Oh, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't turn a blind eye to this. Fireplace. So Babal's offices have them too. 2? There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. However, we found something there I'd rather not recall ever again. Oh, yes. The charred remains of a falling ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these. They spin round and round and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin like those babies right round, like a record. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. The grandfather clock was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any churning. That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Paliyama, maybe take a look inside that clock. Sure, go right ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir! I'm on it! Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir! It's like a length of wire. So, this is what caused the clock to stop chiming? But what was the long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Examined everything in this office, but there's one thing that bothers me. Ambassador Poliano, is there something I'd like to ask you about? Yes? About this office, it appears to me is very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Oh, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our two ambassadors actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. Oh. Okay, that's a clue. So, no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be some help. The Alabastian and Babalese sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there's a trick that was built into the fireplace, sir? What, this embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time for me to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. And my first thought is, it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. It looks like just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So, how do you turn it on again? In Alabast, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Ah, you scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. But we found an X where you thought there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood. That's odd. It doesn't match up with Mr. Paulino said earlier. Push this, it should turn.
Hold it.
Wait, detective, there's something we need to examine about this first. Ooh, right. There should be that green ink here.
Eureka!
Ambassador Pagliano, you said you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit, I'm a bit intimidated when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Oh, where'd all the ashes go? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Pagliano is lying, do you? No, there's no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that's causing the contradiction. Kay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? You mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know? There's really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. Oh. reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Poliano said that he spilled some Bobley's ink while he was burning the files. And yet there's not a trace of the spilled ink on the back of the wall anywhere. Well, then I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means this is a clear indication the fireplace was used. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Kogan's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. Escape the fireplace. Okay. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, it's only logical for us to talk with the person who's in the neighboring room. Well, the person who was in the neighboring room was... Oh, it was that person, sir! Yes, Detective. Agent Sheena. Oh. She did it. Really? It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena's the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one, and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you who killed Mr. Koken. I don't have any proof yet, however. I know she's hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask 2's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on it right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? That reaction. No, not next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy. You can do it. Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go. Through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up for it that much for such a simple task, Detective. Oh, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. So neat! Now I want to try going through there too! There really is a secret passage through there. I had no idea! It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the bubbly zinc you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? But there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is? Now we're short on time, so you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we're pretty much have the whole picture, huh? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring, the two weapons that made it across the border, and the key that Misused stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Misused is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth, a number of these pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make you one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said this was easy to follow. Easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info you need Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you need to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I'm that? Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused, like a laser, as if on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That's something I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Nah. Yay, it looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir! Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Looks like you could use that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. Just a bit of ash and dust is all. Your jacket's gone quite filthy. I see the hem is practically turned back. Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink gone on it, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I even paid the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh no, sir! I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, I'd get it cleaned, but, you know... I see. Very well, then. As you wish. So, because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact. And that is... I'll have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir! I'll be back before you know it! The handwriting analysis on Mr. Koken's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatre Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Shira. Oh, man. Okay, guys, I think this is gonna do it for tonight. Yeah. Okay, I think this is gonna do it for tonight. We made some progress, but let's call it for now, and I will see you later. So, tomorrow night is gonna be back to Castlevania. Harmony of Dissonance, so I'll see you then. Have a good night. I'll see you guys later.